everybody. Welcome. How you doing? How are you doing? How is your Tuesday going for you? I'm sitting here drinking some coffee, enjoying Tuesday. It's been a busy morning thus far, but I'm excited that I'm here. I'm breathing, so can't go wrong with that at all. Tired though. It's been a busy morning. Got off work, went for an appointment and did some stuff. You know what I found out? I found out that if you have not bought anything on your Amazon account in over a year, then they won't let you leave a review for anything. No, actually, that's not true. If you have not purchased items over $50 total in over a year, then they won't let you leave a review for anything. So, as an avid reviewer, I was like, what in the world? So, had to leave some reviews on that one. So, that's that. Let me know what y'all are reading in the chats here. Let me know. Hello, Faithful. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I hope you had a great weekend, and I shall be mostly lurking via the TV and reading Law by Gray Huffington. I've never heard of Law by Gray Huffington. Let's look up Law. Oh, speaking of books, by the way. Let me Sorry, I'm not in my usual location. Next sprint, we will be moving, okay? Let's look up Law. Law. Law by Gray Huffington. I like that name, by the way. So, Law is a new series. Discover a new series. Ooh, okay. This guy looks familiar. It's a romance novel. I would not have thought this was a romance novel by looking at the front cover. This guy looks serious, okay? Would not have thought it was a romance. Domino Effect. The Domino Effect Law by Gray Huffington. Book 2. So have you read book 1? Ooh, is that the author? Dang, bro. Okay. Is that the author right there? Let me know, okay? Let's see. Mackay Gray Huffington. Come on. Let me get out of the image. I want to know what it's about. Part of the Domino Effect series, published in April 23, a cold-girded woman and a persistent man who pursues her, exploring themes of love, heartbreak, and finding connection. And the guy's name is Law. I like that. Lawe. Oh, that's well. Clue. Okay, they got some interesting names. All right, that sounds pretty interesting. Romance, urban fiction. Okay. It sounds like a good time. Good time. Hopefully you enjoy it. I finished this. I want to know if anybody else has read this book. Okay. The Bone Thief. I don't know who recommended it, but somebody did. I had it on my list. And I read this bad boy with my eyeballs, y'all. I read this whole book in like 3 days. How many pages is it? With my eyeballs, 370 pages. I haven't read a full book, 370 pages with my eyeballs in a few months, okay? Maybe December. I was I think it was maybe November. November was the last time that I was like, I really want to read with my eyeballs. But, I'm just saying, it's a big book. The payoff, I mean, it was nice. I don't know. I want to know if somebody read this book and if they were like really enamored with it. Okay. It has some really interesting things about like indigenous women go missing, about culture that is lost or stolen, land stolen, things like that. Utilizing, native culture for money. A whole lot of things, but I'm curious if anybody's read this book. I was interested in what happened with the Bone Thief. Let's say that. I'm not trying to give any away, but the execution, I was just like, this is slow, but I made myself finish it. It's one of those things where you force yourself to read a book. Oh my gosh, y'all. Anyway, hello, Elizabeth. Happy Tuesday. Hello. I'm fine. Just chilling, chilling. got off work, have not got any sleep today, but that's okay. I'm going to push through for the rest of the day. Okay. It's too late to go to bed now. I had too many things going on in the morning. So we're just going to stay up and, what's the term I'm looking up? Not pursue, persevere. There you go. There you go. By the way, thank y'all to everybody who participated in boot camp. I had a blast with it. I really enjoyed the layout. I like doing something a little bit different each year. So hopefully everybody learns something from boot camp, just about military structure a little bit, maybe got moving, if they chose that path. And if you didn't and you just chose to just read, hopefully you got some good books. And if you chose to do all of it, then good books and some movement and some things that will continue to carry on throughout the year. So just wanted to say thank you to all of that. I know it was only half the month, so it kind of started and then ended, but a good time nevertheless, and good habits for 2 weeks. I'm definitely taking some of those habits into the rest of the year. Okay. Elizabeth had a big heart. Hello, Sylvan. On my way home from work, listening to The Blizzard. Ooh, I can imagine that title in my head for some reason. Let me see what that books look like. The Blizzard. I'm assuming it's about a blizzard. Is that by? No, that's something else. That's an album. Who is The Blizzard by? The Blizzard book. Let's just say that. My phone and my computer have been going so slow, y'all, today. I don't know. Is that by Vladimir Sorokin? I'm not sure if that's the book. It's the only one that first came up, but it's definitely not the book I was thinking. I think I'm thinking of Frozen River that Kelly recommended for Boot Camp Readathon. So forget what I'm saying. Faithful says, I've heard of it, but not read it, The Bone Thief. Yeah, it was interesting. Not to say it wasn't good. I think it has a lot of very good information. I just felt a lot of it was just redundant and it was slow. But some people may like it. It had to have come highly recommended by at least one or two people for me to have put it on my list, because that's how I am. I have to have heard about a book a few times before I put it on my list, unless it's just blows me out of the water with the synopsis. And I don't think this one necessarily did. I think I probably thought it was going to go a different direction than what it was, but worth reading if you're very interested in like Native culture and how it's been lost and stolen. And it has a unique twist on it too. Faithful said boot camp was fun. Thanks for organizing it and to your lovely co-host. Oh yeah, they did a great job. I'm overall just happy with how boot camp went. It was a good time. Vladimir Sorokin. Okay, that is. Okay, so let's see. It's about a surreal metaphysical novel about a doctor journeying through a blizzard to give a vaccine for a zombie plague in a village. Okay, that seems very interesting. Explores themes of Russian identity, reality, and the absurd through fantastical, grotesque lens. Very interesting. I hope that you're enjoying that. I hope you are not in a blizzard somehow, because that would definitely be a little bit too surreal for you. Hello, Viviana. What am I talking about? Viviana, how you doing? I was going to say Viviana. Hello, how are you doing? Good morning. Good morning. Hello, how are you doing, Alicia? Good morning, everyone. Oh, we're all good, right? Everybody's doing well. Everybody's breathing good, moving good, drinking something good, even if it's water. I do have tea here today, which is some sort of, smells very herbally. It's supposed to be some breathe right tea or something to help with the breathing. I'm not enamored thus far, but it's okay. Okay, y'all, take a nice deep breath. I know this isn't boot camp, but we're going to try to get the blood pumping. I want to start sprints this way. I just always forget. Deep breath in your nose. Reach to the sky. Reach to the corners of the room. Oh, that feels good. Oh, I would like to bend and touch my toes. I think I'm going to do a stretch at the first sprint. Let's see. I don't know what I'm going to read because I finished this book last night at work. So I finished this. I read like 200 pages of this at work the other day. Work was kind of slow, but last night I read the rest of it, and then I did some diamond painting, and then I did some work training. So I had a lot going on at work yesterday. It was kind of busy and then not so busy, but I got a lot of this read. So not sure what I will be picking up now. I'm kind of mood reading the rest of the month. I did pick up a graphic novel from the library, so that might be next on the docket for me. So we shall see. Let me see. I'm trying to find a timer for us, y'all. Something cute. Let's see. Somebody give me a topic. Someone give me a topic. And oh, that's a cute little timer. Give me a topic and I will find a timer based off of that. First topic wins. Alicia says, I'm hanging in, can't complain too much. This weather needs to stop though. What is the weather like in your neck of the woods? I know a lot of people are getting like snow. Almost everybody is cold. I'm in Florida, and even then it's cold. I had on a coat and gloves today, y'all. Oh yes, it was not warm. I even have on my long sleeves now. Okay, just it's chilly. I'm gonna have to heat up this room in the back that I need to go to because I'm probably disturbing my husband working, but he's bearing with me for now. But I'm gonna have to move to this cold room. I'm not looking forward to it. Crafts. Okay, let's see what we can come up with the crafts. Let's see. Crafts. Ooh. I'm trying to find a timer that has something to do with crafts. I think I need to get a whole new slew of timers, y'all. Okay. What is this? Crafts. Oh, I'm coming up empty, y'all. What in the world? They don't have a whole lot of craft options on here. Okay, we go. Crafts. We're gonna find something that relates to crafts. Okay, here. This may be that one's a little bit too crafts. Okay, y'all. This one's a stretch, but we gonna make it work, okay? We gonna make this one work. Hello, Kendra. How you doing? Working on laundry and listening to We Are Okay by Nina LaCour. That sounds familiar. Who else was talking about that book? We Are Okay. What is that about? Let us know. Let us know what that is about and how you are enjoying We Are Okay. Because it's definitely nice to be okay. Where are we at here? There we go. All these clicks, y'all. Click, click. All right. Reading. Now I found something. It's a stretch. It's just close. Reading may actually be. I need to find a new set of timers. Y'all seen these timers before. It's 2025. It's on my list, y'all. I just haven't done it. I need to find a new set. So we're gonna work with what we have here, okay? Hey Kiana, how are you doing, this lady? Ooh, Viviana is 17 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's not, I don't like Fahrenheit. I don't like that at all. Who likes cold weather in the chats? Because not me. I don't like it. I don't even like it in the house. I don't like a fan half the time. I'll take a fan over the AC though. We'll say that. But yeah, cold. I don't like that. 10 degrees. Okay, Alicia, it's time to go, girl. Time to go. Get a blanket, a heating blanket. Just walk around with it. No snow for Tennessee, but it's really cold. Yeah, I get you. See, back in the day when I used to live in Texas, and that was when I was a little youngin', right? And had never seen snow. I think I had seen a flurry maybe once, but I have never really seen snow. Nothing that ever stuck to the ground. And I was like, oh, I want to go to a cold weather spot, right? And then I moved to a cold weather spot and realized that It doesn't always snow every place that is cold, you know, that it stays cold. Because in Texas, and same thing with Florida, it gets cold, but cold's like the cold winter is more like a cold front. It doesn't stay, which is fine. That's what I want my winter to be. Don't stay. But I moved to cold weather country where it's cold at a certain time, like normally October, November, it stays cold till like March, right? So I moved to that, and then I realized that, like I said, it doesn't always snow every cold place you move to. And sometimes it can be too cold to snow. I didn't realize that was such a thing, right? Um, but then I was like, oh, it's so cold. I need to have something to show for this cold. So it needs to snow, right? So I'm like, snow is the payoff. Oh, it's pretty. It's sprinkling from the sky, blah, 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 right? So then I moved to an area where it actually did snow when it got cold, right? And then I realized all the challenges that come with that. You got to shovel it. You have to get up early. Sometimes you're outside at midnight shoveling snow, so you don't have to get up at 5 a.m. and get up early out of the bed to do it. Or sometimes you're shoveling snow while it's still snowing, so it doesn't build up and becomes more of a challenge. So it's a lot of things that go with snow. Snow boots, an outfit, freezing. You need a few pair of gloves because some will get freezing cold and wet and you need to change into it. All of those things. And that's before you even drive in it. And then it's slushy, your brakes may not work. Yeah. So now my theory is I don't really want to be part of that at all. Oh man, you love winter? Oh my gosh. I mean, it's to each his own. I can take it in spurts. I just don't want to stay in it. Like I've loved living here. This is our second winter, and I'm thoroughly enjoying the warmer temperatures overall. I can't complain at all about that. I can complain about a lot of other things, but overall, I'm blessed. I'm gonna just take it for what it is. Faithful said, but also like being cozy. My ideal is a warm blanket and a cold room. Ooh, oh no, no. Ugh, the mixture that is. Well, enjoy, okay? I want a warm blanket and a warm room, okay? I will take that any day. But enjoy, stay warm. That's the main thing in whatever environment. Stay warm, stay cool, stay comfortable, okay? and have some hydration and a good book, okay? Always have that book on hand, okay? That's important. All right, y'all. We're gonna get to our first sprints. Okay, Faithful, you said the topic was crafts. This is a stretch. I'm not gonna lie. It's not. It's a stretch. Where's it at? Where's it at? There we go. It's coming up. It's coming up. So this is a stretch. Okay, but there is a ball of yarn that the race starts with. So that's why I say it's a stretch. So bear with me. That's the closest I can get. Faithful says hello to Kiana, and you missed an A. That's fine. The cold sounds terrible. It does. It does. The only way to sleep. Okay, we're going to get to the first sprint because my husband is on a call that just started. Okay, so happy sprinting. We'll see you in an hour. See the yarn? Hello, hello. How was that sprint for everybody? Let me know. This was a busy sprint, y'all. I was doing a lot of stuff, okay? A lot of things. Okay, so first off, yes, we did not really get to discuss much because my husband had a quick meeting and we had to get going. So let's backtrack a little bit. Number three, one. So if you are a fan of kitty cat number three, how cute, then there you go. So the craft the craft prompt, if you will, chosen by Faithful Duo was yarn, and we chose the kitty cat, which is doing the whole ball of yarn. I have some show and tell stuff, by the way, just to let y'all know. Okay, I'm excited about it. I chose number two, and number three was the winner. We were talking about cold weather. Yes, I'm not a fan of that at all. The only way to sleep, nah, I'm not one of those people that make my house cold and then make myself warm, because you got to get up out of there at some point, and then you're freezing. Okay, so but you can cuddle up with your cat. They're warm, or better yet, they will cuddle up with you. Okay. Let me tell y'all a quick story, by the way. So at my work, there is a cat that stays in the parking lot. I guess it's the hospital cat, I guess, because I see nurses and other people feeding these cats all the time, right? So this cat sits on top of people's cars, especially in the morning like today when it's cold. I saw it on my way out. And I guess new people that come in the morning when the hood's still warm, the cat will sit on top of people's cars, and you'll see the paw prints on your vehicle. You just get used to it and accept it. Really weird. But luckily this cat moves out of the way. And so, if you are, because it'll be begging for food and following you and stuff like that, but it will move out of the way when you're moving your cars, because it just stays around the parking lot because I know it's going to get food. Very well-fed cat, but very interesting though. So if you ever come outside and find a cat on your hood, probably maybe because it's warm. I'm just saying. It's the work pet, right? Yarn counts. Yep. By the way, give me another topic so I can find another timer. Okay. First person to give me a topic wins. Faithful chose number 4. There we go. And this was me saying why we had to hurry up and get to sprints. I picked number 2, which of course was not the winner, and neither was Faithful. Vivian picked number 1. Didn't work either. Game of Thrones. Okay. What is it? George R. Martin. Okay, Viviana, go ahead with your bad self. Where are you at in the Game of Thrones series? Like, is that the title of the first book and then they, are from there, or is that further in the series? I have seen some of the episodes and it was pretty epic. I will say that. A lot going on those things. My husband loved it. And that's about all I can say about that. I have seen the books in the library. Yeah, them some thickums. They have them interspersed everywhere at my library. So, but very, very popular and good from my understanding. I did pick the orange kitty too, and Kitty did not win. So that happens. Happy reading. Yes. Hello, Miss Nicole. How are you doing? Happy to be here today. Thank you very much for coming by. Much appreciated. Sorry I've been missing your sprints, but Mondays are generally a work day for me there, and I'd be sleeping. Water shipped down while finishing my diamond. Oh, Nicole. Okay, lady. What is this diamond painting looking like? Let me know. I have one to show y'all. Y'all want to see it? Part of this show and tell stuff I got going on. This is why is the back all jacked up? Yeah. So this is the diamond painting that I recently finished for those that were not in the Discord for boot camp. This is the one that I have finished. I'm working on another one now. I'm always in the midst of some diamond painting somewhere. So this is this one, and it's so pretty. I had to frame. I got these gold frames around the holiday time period because I gifted a diamond painting to my mother-in-law. And so I bought a series of frames instead of buy one frame, buy five, right? So that's what I did. And so I have black frames and gold frames, and this looked very good in the gold frames. So I really like that one. Y'all like it? There we go. Anyway, I like this one. It's pretty. It was frame worthy. Some diamond paintings to me are frame worthy, and others, I just put in my little portfolio. So I'm going to kind of rotate my diamond paintings around and stuff, but because I don't always like to cut the border. This one I think I did a pretty decent job on, but I don't cut the borders that well. But to me, it's the enjoyment of them, not necessarily framing everything. But I have this around. I have done it. I'm planning to frame more because I have 4 more free frame. So I'll probably kind of rotate around some of those that I like. And as I, do others, because I definitely have quite a bit, then I will switch them out with ones. But I really like this one. I mean, you can tell my favorites. Here you see them. I love those. And I didn't even cut the border on these. I just kind of folded them. So I could probably cut the border now that I'm getting more confident in it, although I don't like to. I think it sits flatter when you cut the border. So I'm just getting over myself and just going to cut the borders. Okay. But this one's very pretty. I had to do that one. Very pastel-y. Be a good one for Easter, but I was trying to do it for my husband for Christmas as like a present, and it didn't make Christmas. However, it's still in the house, so there we go. But I would like to know what your diamond painting is, Nicole. Let me know. Hello, Chris. How are you doing today? How are you doing? Are you Simmons? I know it's not Sims, but your game. Kiana said, I got to pay 77 of the Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. Kiana, you and I are here lately with some of these books, okay? That was a great book. I learned so much about Henrietta Lacks and the, what they call it, the Leela. No, that's not right. Lilo? That don't sound right. Gila, oh my gosh, Gila cell, which is the cells that they took from her. But yes, that was, why is this not clicking, y'all? But that was a great book. I thoroughly enjoyed listening and hearing about it and all the history and stuff. And you really kind of get a little bit more insight into why, a lot of times the Black community does not trust the medical profession. As someone in the medical profession, I just, I try to have my faith as much as possible. However, I will always tell you to be your own advocate, and it helps if you have somebody else to back you as being your own advocate. And also, if you can, for many instances, especially with dermatology, I would suggest trying to find a provider of color, and not just any color, Black, but still, just be your own advocate in whoever you go to. Okay. But definitely a really good book. Okay. And for those older populations, especially, I think younger people nowadays don't have, I think younger people these days don't have a problem with asking questions and speaking their mind. You don't get intimidated as much by people in the medical profession, specifically doctors. I think a lot of older populations, like my mother, for example, I think she kind of clams up with speaking with doctors, especially like white doctors, because, it's a different generation. It was a different time. She was born around the civil rights movement and all. And so I think she still has some of that mentality of you're not supposed to question certain people. And I'm like, damn right, you will question. This is you, especially when you come home and now you're calling me about, I don't think this was right. And why didn't you ask questions when you were at the office? So I'm just saying that, just things for note. Okay. Ask things about what's being done. However, in Henrietta Lacks' case, what you didn't know about, so that's another thing. But always be your best advocate. Faithful says hello to Chris and Nicole. You read a bit, chatted a bit, and did some craft-related research. Okay, that works. Anything we could help with or you want to let us know about? Let us know. Chris says hello. Kiana says hello. Kiana can't believe they still haven't compensated the family. Exactly, exactly. And every once in a while you hear where, oh, it looks like they're in the works, but then they don't. But it's like, how do you really put a monetary value on that? For those of y'all that don't know, like look up the immortal life of Henrietta Lacks. Okay, Henrietta Lacks was basically this black woman in what, the 19? Oh my gosh, was that the 40s, Kiana? I can't remember. Basically, she went to, I think it was Johns Hopkins, and they took some of her cells. She was basically battling like ovarian cancer or whatever, and they took some of her cells, and at that time they hadn't been able to like replicate a cell in a laboratory to, you know, create modern medical advances that we have now. So you have to be able to replicate a cell to have it viable so you can do tests and research to, you know, see what vaccines and things like that work. Well, Henrietta Lacks was the first, her cell was the first one that they were able to continue to replicate over and over and over and over. And they're still actually being replicated in laboratories today. It's like the gold standard for viable cells. And they've created a lot of modern advances, antibiotics, practices, things like that, based off of her genetics or her DNA or whatever, her biology. However, it was taken without her knowledge. And this was before the time of consent. So it was okay and legal to do so, right? But now we have that as something. And but anyway, she died very poor, blah blah blah. Anyway, I won't go into all that, but that stuff is common knowledge if you just do a little Google search or whatever. But pretty much her family that grew up in like poverty and still are impoverished today, has never seen a dime of any sort of money that has come from the research and all the advancements and the millions of dollars people have been able to garner off of utilizing her biology. And it's just so sad of the one of the single most important advances or parts of our medical advancement. I don't know if I'm using the right words, in life in general, because this is like all over the world. And there's never been any compensation for the family for that. So that's just unfortunate. But I will say this. I mean, history history has shown compensation for certain populations is lacking and will continue to be lacking reparations. So, you know, I really don't expect them to do much at all. So, but it's unfortunate. And they put this lady through hell, mind you, because medicine back in the day was not. We have modern medicine and modern advances today based off of failed practices in the past. Okay. So there's people that have gone through a lot of stuff to get us to where we are today. Back in the day, a lot of people died in wars, mainly through to diseases and things like that. Hand washing was not a thing. Doctors would work on one patient and with dirty, grubby hands and go put it in another patient, and you wonder why both of them died. You know, things like that. So now we have hand washing. We learn germs get carried, sanitize the bitches, you know. So you know, we advance upon those things. So, but just keep that in mind. Modern medicine is fraught off of some horrible things that have happened in the past. Okay, so if you can at least compensate or help those that have helped advance it, it would be nice. There's many people that have gotten money off of patents and things like that. So I consider the HeLa to be a patent, if you will, that was stolen and people have made millions of dollars off of it, except the people that it came from. So, and they actually even tested, by the way, on her family too. So that's very interesting too. But yeah, she went through hell with primitive, we'll call it, medicine to treat the things that she went through. So it's just unfortunate. Red says hello, listening to Red City, my Marie Lou. I've never heard of Red City. Are you enjoying it? Sounds like a fantasy. Let me know. Let us know. Oh, let me take this off the screen here. Give me a topic, y'all, for me to find the next timer, by the way. Okay. With that said, we have already done the first part of show and tell. Let me show you what I have here, y'all. I can finally show y'all since boot camp is over and I can open this box. So for those of y'all that were here during boot camp, I briefly showed y'all this. I got it off of IG. Let me make sure my address is showing. Okay. You shouldn't be able to see through that, but just in case. This is called Universal Yums. Okay. It's basically a food subscription box. I got these 6 months. You can do like a month, 3 months, 6 months, and a year. So I did the 6 months, and this is the middle grade box, okay? So it contains, I think, like 10 to 13 snacks, something like that. But it's basically snacks from around the world, right? So each month is a different, snacks. So this month, I got France. It actually came last week, but who is calling me? I don't want to answer. I know who's in Lincoln, Nebraska, but we're not going to answer, y'all. There we go. Okay, sorry. Okay, so anyway, Universal Yums. I actually heard about this off of IG so much. I took like 20 million screenshots over the last 2 years, and then I finally decided to get it for Christmas. So last month I got Germany, or in December I got Germany, and my husband ate most of that. Okay, it was a big box too. And this month is France. So I opened it and we have not eaten anything yet. I actually opened it on the Sprint. So for those of y'all that are interested in this box, you get a card that tells you about France. Well, what is that? I was telling you kind of where France is and all the major cities. And then it tells you the snacks and you can do like a little scorecard. I won't say we have done that because we just ate them, but there you go. But you can do that, write some little details about them. It also comes with some stickers about France. And this is an example of what this box or the universal box comes with. They're all kind of standard except for the amount of snacks that you get, okay? But you get stickers, and then you get a little bitty booklets that tells you about France. It tells you about each of the snacks. And it also, if it's like the Germany one, it has like some trivia or something like that about, where is it? Yeah, inside the Louvre. What am I looking at? Yeah, it has a little trivia, which is pretty fun to do. And then it gives you recipes. Like I saw something about coq au vin and escargot. Not that I'm in danger of eating any escargot. And then here's the piece de resistance is the box. So in this box, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, well 9, but I guess this has a whole lot of other crap in that one. So we have this, which is pretty heavy, and they're full-size snacks too, right? So you have this it's honey mustard chips. I'm excited about these. You know, I'm a chip girl over here. And then you have these chips, which are kind of like I don't know, it looks like a pepper flavor of some sort. Then you have this little pure butter biscuits, so some cookies. Then you have this Madeleine cookie. I thought Madeleines were kind of hard. These are soft. Then you have this, which I'm not exactly sure. It's flat. Truffet cola flavor. Fizzy cola French cocoa truffles. Okay, I'm excited to try that one. I don't know what this is. It's hard, but it looks kind of fun. It's purple. You got a mini roll. Looks like raspberry flavor. I'm assuming it's fruit filled. You got this bugger with a whole bunch of candies in it. Let's see what they look like. Ooh. Oh my gosh. So you got a lot of candies in here. And then you have this right here, which is chocolate covered milk chocolate bar cookie. So lots of goody things are absolutely not in line with boot camp. None of these things I would be able to eat if we were in boot camp time. And that is the reason I did not open this box when it came in, because my husband would have eaten all of it by the time I would be able to. And I don't need to tempt myself. So I'm going to attempt to slow him down and for us to eat these at a snail's pace, okay? Because we're not trying to undo all of boot camp. So that is Universal Yums, okay? Here's the the sticker I had from Germany for last month. Yeah, they had like full-size candy bars and stuff last month. My husband ate all those. So that is Universal Yums. So let me know if anybody has tried Universal Yums or any other food subscription boxes. That's a good one. I'm going to use my 6-month one up and then figure out maybe some healthier food subscription boxes. But I'm excited. I'm excited. Each month is a different country. So that's that. Hello, Mel. How are you doing? Yes, we have done the snack unboxing and it was delicious. I haven't tried anything, okay? But I am going to try those chips on the next sprint, okay? Actually, I might open them up in a little bit, show y'all. Here's my diamond painting. I don't think you were here earlier, but this is the diamond painting that I did. So that's the other show and tell. Let's open these chips. Let's show y'all what they're looking with. Here's the, this is Saveur Meal Moutarde. I don't know. It's honey chips. I looked it up before. I don't see anything different calorie-wise, nutrition-wise than I think I would see for American chips. So, made in France, distributed by Universal Yums in Roseland, New Jersey. Okay, let's see what the chip looks like, y'all. There's a chip, French chip. Kind of spicy a little bit. I like it. Honey mustard. Okay. I like these. I think they would be really good with a dip. I think to be good, really good with a dip. But I like it. Very good. Very good. Thank you very much. It took me a minute to finish those, but I really did enjoy doing that painting. It came out very well. A lot of the colors were very similar, and around the border was a bit monotonous, but I see how it all blends together. But it was a good time. I like diamond paintings that have a lot of color variety. So these were very similar in this one. And a lot of the colors, like there was a lot of repetitiveness of like 2 or 3 colors that I kind of didn't like that, but I do like the end result on how it came out. So honey chips sound tasty. It's honey mustard. Yeah, it actually tastes pretty good. Kind of, I wouldn't say spicy, but tartness. Like you can taste the sweetness and then the tartness, but I'm not mad at it at all. Oh yeah, we're gonna get our next timer so I can go show my husband this box and also eat some real food because I'm hungry. Maybe I'll incorporate that into that. We will go with, actually, hold up. I got a good idea. Since we were talking about food, let me go ahead. We're going to do 45 minutes. Okay. Let's see. Hold on a sec. Just getting the timer together. Let me know what y'all are going to be reading during that sprint as well. Excuse me. There we go. Here's what we have here, y'all. It's a food race. Where is it? I don't see it on the screen. There we go. Such a lag, y'all. Such a lag. So we have a food race, okay? So choose your winner in this awesome food race. Let us know who you will be cheering on. So we have French fries, because that's so healthy. Birthday cake, which is utterly healthy. And we have a fruit basket and a vegetable basket. I'm going to go ahead and choose the fruit basket. I was tempted with the cake, but I got chips. So we're going to go ahead and choose the fruit basket. I can get down with some fruit. I'm good with that one. So let me know which one y'all think you're going to go for. Kiana's at work now. Okay, lady. Hopefully you have a quick work day. Okay, make every minute count. So you can get out early, right? Um, Mel says, "Hello, Kiana. Her work goes smoothly. Exactly. Get in and get out. That's the plan with work. Okay, no lollygag. Now, hopefully, it goes well, girly." Okay, so I'm going to choose number 4. And also during the sprint, I don't think I showed you this. The Sinister Sisters and Other Terrifying Tales. So this is what I will be reading, which is a graphic novel. After reading this book, for those of y'all, let me take this one off. That weren't here earlier. This is what I read before last night. I finished it. Let me know if y'all have read this book. And I need a palate cleanser after this, reading this big old book with my eyeballs and just trudging along. I'm going to be reading this, The Sinister Sisters and Other Terrifying Tales, which is a graphic. So it should be fun. We shall see. So that's my plan. That's my game plan there during the sprints. Let's see. Mel has a weakness for fries, so I'll be choosing number 1. Yeah, I love a good fry too. Okay. Who do you think has the best fries? I used to think it was McDonald's, but I think in recent times, Wendy's is pretty on point. I think Chick-fil-A, when they do it right, just the uniqueness of the waffle fry itself, I think is really good. But I will say about 5 times out of 10, I'll say half, which I don't be dicking with Chick-fil-A much anymore. Okay. I just been hearing too many things and they're overpriced and they just be jipping you with the milkshake. Okay. With the false bottom that goes up and you only get half a shake for $5. So I try to avoid Chick-fil-A. But before I will say they were half seas on whether their fries were decent, like they have to be fresh done. So I'm gonna take them off the list. But Arby's be up in there too. I had them the other day. Okay, so I don't know. I would say if I had to choose a place for fast food for fries, I would have to go with Wendy's at this point. But y'all let me know if I'm missing something somewhere. Okay. Nicole says the vegetable basket looks amazing, even though I love fries. Nicole's trying to be healthy too. And look how big that basket is. So I don't blame you. Okay, let's go ahead with that veggie basket. I'm going to do 4. Nicole is 3. Mel is number 1. Anybody trying to mess with that cake? Mel is reading Rose of the Deadlands by Jessie Sprague, an indie romantic fantasy. That's name sounds familiar. I don't know that one. Okay, Faithful's choosing number 2. Okay, so everybody has a representation, so that's good. Okay, I'm gonna look up Rose of the Deadlands on the spread here because I like a little romantic fantasy, and the name sounds familiar. Mel says, I love Chick-fil-A's fries. Burger King is pretty good, at least at the location near me. And I love their half C's, half onion rings, half fries. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, I don't be going to Burger King much, but yeah. The last time I went to Burger King, their fries, they weren't like the thick steak fries that KFC used to do, which I hear they don't anymore. But those were pretty good, by the way. But they were still like a bigger, wider cut. They weren't brown. They were just like barely cooked yellow. I need you to make them brown a little bit. Nicole's not trying to be healthy. I like vegetables and it's huge. The pumpkin didn't even fit. Oh, man. You can do a lot of things with those vegetables, lady. A lot of things in it. Okay, y'all, let's get to this next sprint here. Okay. Happy reading. I'll see y'all in 45. What? Oh, there we go. I was about to say, why is this thing not clicking off? Okay. I was trying to click the image and it wasn't working. So the cake won after all that talk about cake. And cake won. So there we go. How did that sprint go for everybody? Let us know. Let us know. Oh man. Okay. I didn't expect the cake to win. So cake perseveres in any situation. See? Okay, Ren said number 2, and Ren, there we go. Anybody else said number 2? Faithful, yes. So Faithful and Ren were both in the cake loving arena, and you have knocked it out. Okay, good job on that one. Okay, well, I'm over 2 at this point, but that's okay. That's okay. We have another sprint left. It is chilly in here, y'all. I'm just all chilly. I was in the other room reading my book here. So this is Other Tales. How many are in here? I see 4 authors. So I'm assuming there's 4 tales in here. So I'm still on the first tale. It's towards the end of them. So you have these kids telling these scary stories in the woods or whatnot to see who it's a scare off. So whoever tells the scariest story between these 2 sisters is the ultimate winner. So one is telling a tale of a kid that's at a school and thinks that it's set in Africa, I guess. So there's a bushwalker. And so he's like, there's a bushwalker if you don't do well in school. And she's terrified of that. So she's doing something that she should not be doing. Anyway, but yeah, decent book. Good palate cleanser. It's a graphic novel there. Kind of cute. I think it's a middle grade if I'm not mistaken. Alicia says, hello, hello, hello. Oh, are y'all still sprinting? I completely forgot that I had a little, excuse me, subscription box that threw me off. I was supposed to come back by for Kelly's sprint and say hi. Excuse me. I'm just joining, going to take a quick shower before I do some reading. Need to return and pick up library books at some point today as well. The Good Spot. Don't you love the library? I'm all for it. I went the other day and you know what? I had a good time. I cannot complain at all on that one. So hopefully they have all the books that you need so you don't have to go back because I know how that is. So everybody say hello to Miss Alicia. Anything potato related will get me. Yeah. Yes. So, okay. My husband, I went out to go show him the honey mustard potato chips, and him and the dog had left the house. How dare they, right? So I had those chips, some of those chips. I didn't eat them all, y'all. With some hummus, which is absolutely delicious, by the way. The chips themselves taste kind of spicy. So I think with the hummus, it kind of killed some of the spice, and it was pretty good. I definitely enjoyed it. But he came in a little while ago, so I gave him some, and he liked them too. So no complaints there. And then we each tried one of the little truffle candies, which was pretty good too. So thus far, the France box is doing pretty good. Okay. Got to watch them though. We're going to take this. I told them we're going to take this at a slow roll. Okay. Kiana says hello to everybody. You say, yay, there we go. You're a winner. Kiana got to 40% of the fundamentals of being a good girl. Okay. You're reading multiple books. Okay. How is the fundamentals of being a good girl? And is that a fiction or nonfiction? Mel says, Sing the Faithful. Yeah, gotta love savory. I can't speak for major chains, fast food, as they are not halal. A lot of the non-chain places here use McCain French fries, which are nice. I've never heard of McCain's. I guess it's a type. Is that a potato type, or is it like a pre-made French fry? I've never heard of that. Because I know there's like in America, we have like Idaho potatoes, which I guess are made in Idaho. It's a specific type. And then there's like russet potatoes, which is like another type. So I don't know about McCain's. So let me know how that is. And I've also heard of the term halal. My friend, well, my coworker was saying that the other day, but I completely forgot what that is. I know it's kind of like a way of preparing the food, right? In like different religious cultures. Tell me exactly what that is. Educate us, please, please. Mel got to 41 pages into Rose of the Deadlands, and it's pretty interesting thus far. That's good. Hopefully, you continue to enjoy it. Some parts of the world building and magic systems are a bit confusing, though. What is confusing about them? Let us know. I got sidetracked, y'all. So I'm going to look up Rose of the Deadlands now. Epic fantasy, forbidden love, and adventure. And looks very epic from the title. To know, so is a Birdwind and Felinia. Handsome Prince. Infected fissures. Oh, man. That's probably interesting. All right. Sounds pretty interesting. Me likes, I just don't like that as a series. I don't want to read it out loud just in case you don't want to know too much about it since you're in the middle. That's the reason why I didn't read it too much out loud. Okay. Sounds pretty interesting. I like the art on it. Very nice. Very nice. But yes, let me know what is confusing about the magic systems. I like that it said that creatures are coming from the fissures in the earth. That sounds pretty neat. Faithful says the chips look nice. They were delicious. They were very delicious. I wonder what the other ones were. I think in this box, so the box that I chose for my Universal Yums food subscription is a savory box with open to other things. That's the preferences that I had because they asked you what you would like. And I will say there was only there was only two savory things in that box, right? Everything else was sweet. I don't know. I'm convinced with some of these subscription things that they just send you whatever they have on hand. I think they'll say, we're going to put one thing of what you requested in the box and everything else is just what we have you're going to get, because for all of the items in that box, which was quite a lot, for there to only be two savory things, which that was the preference, mighty suspicious. Okay. I mean, I'm going to take it, but romance art from Sierra Simone and Julie Murphy. Oh, Sierra Simone. Okay, that's the pre-series. Okay, enjoy. Oh, it's a brand. Okay, I get you. Okay, brand. That makes sense. Okay. Well, it's good that they're consistent. Mel said the main character is a seer, which I understand, but I'm not understanding why she has to go off with this mysterious man and marry him, and why her mother is so scared for people to know that she's a noble. I guess it will get explained further on. Yes, and hopefully it gets explained in that book. That's the issue that I have with series is sometimes they'll drag you along and you're like, okay, I'm going to see it through. Because sometimes, especially with fantasy, you got to just give it a chance. Because some things, especially the way they explain things, even with sci-fi, you might not understand certain words or how they do things in the world. So you need to give it a chance. Like 50, maybe even to 100 pages if you're vaguely interested. Like give it a chance to kind of flesh out a little bit, right? But I want to know that this book is going to flesh out all of the things that I am thinking about. I don't want to get through some 300-400 page book only to find out that questions are left unanswered and I have to read a whole nother book to get some closure. That is not okay. I remember for Boot Camp Readathon last year, I read one of the host picks, and it was Vampire Huntress, right? And I thought it was very good premise of a black vampire hunter. Pretty cool, right? And I'm reading the book, and that's when I think in the process of reading the book is when I realized that there was multiple books in the series or whatnot. But it brought up all of these things, and it ended on a cliffhanger and resolved absolutely nothing whatsoever. I was upset. So then I read book 2. Luckily, I got it from the library. The library only had book 1 and 2. Apparently, it's like a 7 or more book series. But I read book 1 and 2 because I was like, I got to see this through because I'm pissed. I need a payoff. And book 2 resolved one storyline and then left the others kind of open. And I'm just like, I felt like I wasted my time. But such a great premise. I hate that when you have a good premise and then you don't get that payoff. So that's why I like a one and done. Like, if you got to make it 500-600 pages, like, let's do it with one, because you don't know how it's going to pan out. But hopefully it does. No clear definitions of what these creatures are and what they look like. Oh, interesting. Huh. Not even what they look like. I would think that they would have described them very well. Okay, I guess see it through. I don't know. That to me sounds like something that should be explained right away, at least what they look like, so you can kind of get that, ooh, it's creepy factor. Hey, you got to pan it out. Let it pan out. I read a book. It was a NetGalley art called Sweet Side Motel that I still need to do a review on, right? So I read that last week, right? And it was very interesting because the book took a while, like I would say a few chapters, to kind of pan out, like just weirdness that was happening. Like the girl gets stopped by a cop, and the cop's like, oh, that's a weird name. Sarah's a weird name for you. Like, someone that looks like you. And I'm like, huh? And the girl, like, when she first gets stopped by the cop, she's like, oh, I need to remember what my black friends used to do when they are told me when they get stopped by the cops. Like, all these weird things. And she keeps saying, yeah, and there's a white cop and there's a white guy. But I'd already alluded the way they talk with the chick wasn't white. So I'm like, what is going on? Like, just weirdness about like just race and just a description. And then you find out, oh, she's Chinese. And I'm like, oh. But it took a while to flesh out. So it was just weird in talking about it until I realized she's Chinese, and it's like, oh, they doing some racist stuff going on, like, I don't know. It was just really weird. I never had a book that was just so vague about bringing out the race of someone before, but I guess they were setting up a tone. It was just odd, and it was the way she was talking and the way people were talking to her just made me think, what the heck is going on with this book? But once you find out she's Chinese in like what, second or third chapter, you're like, oh, okay. I get it. During the pandemic, mind you. So anyway, it's a fairly short book, so I'm worried that a lot of questions might not get answered. See, and that's the thing. When you're worried about something like that, then it makes you want to go and look up reviews, but then you don't want to get in spoiler territory, because somebody may inadvertently spoil it for you. And that's the thing about these books that are not standalone. And that's my issue with fantasies, especially those lately, is that I need to know, is this a standalone? And if it's not, can I read this one book and be satisfied if I choose not to continue the series? And you get into spoiler territory because I feel like you really, these days with the culture, with creating multiple books, I feel like you really do need to do that research up front. Like if you hear a book, a fantasy book, especially with a really great premise, I immediately start looking for, is this a standalone? and all that stuff, because I've been burned too much, y'all. Burned. And I can't take it. My heart's not going to take it. Okay. Because I will be so pissed. I read 2 books in a row that ended in a cliffhanger without resolving the major issue. And the next books were not out in a row. I was just ready to stop reading for a while after that. It was just upsetting. I can't let those things spoil me, okay? So, hello, Miss Dee Dee. How are you doing today? Currently deep conditioning my hair, and I have about an hour left in Sun of the Morning by Akwaeke Emezi audiobook. Ooh, I've not read Akwaeke Emezi, but I've heard so many things. Bitter and what's the other book? Bitter and Pet were on my lists. I take them on and off. I know they've had other books since then, but those are the 2 that I heard about first by that person. And they go on out of my list because somebody will say something, I'm like, yay. Then somebody will say something, I'm like, I don't think that's for me. Then the next, yay. So I don't know. One of these days I will read something by Akwaeke Emezi. I have so many books on my list. So I'm trying, unless something like really is just like, yeah, I'll just I'm trying not to add anything else to my TBRs. I'm not gonna lie. Something has to just be like punching me in the face and in the throat and gagging me for me to want to add another book to my to read lists. Okay. I need to just stop that and read what I've already selected, because I'll never get through these lists if I keep adding books. So if I need to be punched and gagged, y'all, for the book y'all have, then let me know. But other than that, I don't need another book recommendation. I'm being overly dramatic, but yeah, I need to get down this list. I got like 2 folders on my phone. I have one that's written. These are screenshot folders of books on my phone. And then I have a written list on my phone. Then I have a written list on my desk. I need to get through these books. Because what happens is that I start taking things off. I need to just get through these books. Okay. And then I have like my stuffed Kindle books on my Kindle. But those are fine. They can stay. Those are like in between stuff. But yeah, tons of books. Hopefully you're enjoying that. You need something to pass the time with the hair fiasco, girl, okay? Because you got a lot of it up in there and it's beautiful. But it's a lot of work. I understand. That's why I got this thing going on here, okay? We're not going to talk about it. I want to do what Miss Kiana did and lock it up. And I keep thinking I'm going to do it, and then I'm not. And then I'm going to do it, and then I'm not. So I don't know. I just want to shave it all off and not worry about it. But then I want hair. So I don't know. Speaking of, I'm just rambling, y'all. Okay. So, so yesterday, right, I have this patient, right? I work at a hospital, and I go to her room like several times to do things with her, right? And her wig is like askew. Okay. Like we all know the wigs that, your hair is, here's my hairline. Okay. My wig should be at the hairline or behind, right? Her wig is like this, okay? We don't need that hair hat. Is that what Meek Mill said? At one point, it was like this. Well, I can't get it. It was like this. And I'm like, oh no, sweetie. I got to take care of my patients. This is a little old white lady, okay? So I'm like, no, sweetie, we can't have you looking like that, okay? Let me fix this wig for you. And I keep sliding it back. And next time I come in, it's like this. And I'm like, y'all, fix these ladies' wigs, okay? Like, we all girls up in here. We got to take care of our ladies, no matter who they are. If my girl got a wig on in the bed and she can't fix it, I'm going to help her out, okay? I don't know why. It's mostly nurses at the hospital. I don't know why they just be letting these ladies just sitting there. They're patients, okay? but they're still human. It sucks they up in bed. Some of them can't wipe themselves. Especially if it's older lady, little young people, because I get some young patients every now and then. I'm not touching their hair because they may be particular, okay? Because in general, we don't want nobody touching our hair, and I get that, okay? I get it. I don't want nobody touching my head either, but I appreciate if I can't do it for myself, somebody fixing my hair, okay? So when them little old ladies come in with their little wigs, I be hooking them up. I don't care who they are, black or white, because they both, y'all. Wigs are just not a black person thing, okay? I probably see more little white ladies come in with the wigs. But either way, whoever you are, for whatever reason, you're wearing your little wig. And normally they have the little short wigs, older ladies like I don't even know what you call it, but it's more close cut, like a pixie or something. But I be fixing their wigs. I must have fixed that lady's wig like 5 times yesterday. And then we had a lady the other day, y'all. Oh my God, it broke my heart. I only saw her once, but still, she just reminded me of my grandma. When it hits close to home, the patients you see, it really, it's like family. Like, I resonate more with some patients than others, but I talked to her son and all this stuff, and it was just sad. She coded. She didn't make it. Okay. It was not a pretty end. We'll just leave it at that. It wasn't a pretty end. It still makes me, I still think about it. Like I was really upset afterward. But she had a little bonnet on, and she was a black lady. She had a little African bonnet on. And if you know about the bonnet when you go to sleep. And they had taken her bonnet off during the code. And I remember I was complimenting her on her little bonnet, even though she could barely hear me before, when she was well earlier. And after they coded her and we were cleaning her up, and I was like, where's her bonnet? Because they had just threw it to the side. And I was like, where's her bonnet? And I had to ask 2-3 times. So I was like, where's her bonnet? And I put her bonnet on her, and I was like, here you go, Missy. Like give her a little bit of dignity in the end. Her son's going to come in and sit with her, after we cleaned her up. But I was like, look, so after that, we cleaned her up and I put her bonnet on and she looked like she was sleeping. But I'm like, y'all don't be just having this lady just sitting here with her. She barely had any hair and stuff, but she had her bonnet on. And I'm like, put a little pretty bonnet on and let her sit here, So, but yeah, whew. Oh my gosh, y'all, let's stop talking about this. I'm getting my feelings again about this lady. Whew, okay. And let's get back. My answer to you didn't go through, Courtney. Oh, what was it? What was the answer? Mel says, darling Dee Dee is here. Of course, she's the baby. My sugar Mel. Kiana says hello to Dee Dee. Hello, Swank. How are you doing today? Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy Cheese Lovers Day. That's every day. What are you talking about? I love some cheese. Who else is in here and some cheese? Okay. Oh, that leads me to, hold up. Hold up a sec. Let me do. Hold up. All right, sorry, I just had to type something before I forgot about it. Okay, back to the chat here. Oh, so happy cheese day. I'm a cheese lover, a little lactose intolerant over here, but we're not going to let that stop us, okay? We are not quitters over in this house when it comes to that. Happy Penguin Awareness Day. Okay, we can, Penguin Awareness Day. Hold up, wait a minute. Hold up, let me, hopefully I didn't jack something up that I was just doing. Hold up. Oh, okay, you just gave me an idea, Miss Sway. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are, hold up. I'm just loading some stuff up over here, causing a ruckus. Nope, not gonna do that. Oh my gosh, y'all, hold up. All right, there we go. Sorry, had to correct some stuff. Since it is Penguin Lovers Day, we're going to show some love to the penguins. There we go. And happy Tech Day. Ooh, hey, we're on tech here. So there we go. We're going to celebrate all those. Thank you very much, Sway. Much appreciated. Dee Dee says, I want you to shave my hair off too, but first I want a pixie. Yeah, I was thinking of a pixie. I don't know. I'm not big into short hair, although my hair is short, but the shrinkage is real. So my hair is actually longer than what you would probably see, but I just keep it up. It's too, keeping natural hair out is just asking for trouble. Okay. I just can't do it. The wash days are worse. You gonna do it? But you can't even see the comment. Are you gonna do it? Are you gonna shave it off? You gonna get that pixie? I don't know about the pixie. Get a wig. Get a wig. It'll show you what it looks like. See if you like it. uh, Mel says, hey to Swank. Cheese Lovers Day, you say? I can get behind that. Me too. Definitely can get behind that. Kiana said, have you seen the videos with the black CNAs? They be hooking the elders up. They do. I'm telling you. You can tell when somebody came through, okay? Because they get them braided up. Because that's what you do. If you're in a hospital, y'all, you need to get braided up before you go. I would say that for anybody, but especially if you're black. A lot of white people just get a little ponytail, a top knot, and call it a day. It's easier to brush out the knots or whatever. It don't get as tangled. But if you're black and you're going in a hospital, you need to get braided up. I would say the best thing you need to do is get some cornrows, set it and forget it, okay? But I have seen some nurses, when they had time, hook up patients, and family members have been so happy and said, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's at my previous job. Where I'm currently at is not a lot of us. So they ain't got the time for that. But the family members be hooking it up, okay? Yeah, you got to do it, especially at the nursing homes, okay? In a hospital, it's more of an acute care, come and go, ain't got the time. But in the nursing homes, yes, okay, take the time, hook it up, maybe family members throw you a few dollars on the side, you know what I'm saying? But yes, I always tell people, like, you're in a hospital, it's bad enough you're already there, you're in a vulnerable position. It does make you feel better to look better, even if it's small things, like I don't expect people to be dressed to the nines, and it's an emergency and stuff. Do what you can, okay? Some people can, some people can't, but I always compliment the ladies. They come in with, I'm telling you, these old people out here be getting it together. They be getting their nails, matching the toes, and they be 90 years old. I'm telling you, family, somebody be hooking them up. I compliment ladies on their nails all the time. I'm talking about young and old. I'd be like, hey, sweetie, your nails are cute. Gives them something to talk about, but it is genuine of, hey, your nails are nice, but I think they like that. I don't know, you don't know if people have gotten a compliment, all day or for a long time. Some of them are in homes. Maybe their family's not visiting them. Some of the people we have a lot of nursing facilities. So, people come and go a lot, and you get to know some of the people. But yeah, nails, that's a big thing. I see some people with their hair all jacked up, but their nails are on point. It's like, so they might even be grown out. Like some of these people, their nails have been grown out, but you see it at the top where their acrylic was after they grew it out. You knew that was a nice nail. So I'll still be like, your nails are nice. They might need to get redone, but when they had them done, you can tell they were on point, and they be getting them holiday themed and stuff too. I be like, okay, ain't mad at it. And some of the people be coming in, they be putting their own blanket on the beds. You walk in, it's cozy. I'm telling you, man. One lady, she turned 88 yesterday and she's in the hospital, which sucked. So I passed by to go do something for her, and the nurse was like, oh, don't worry about her. She's fine. She has like 8 family members in there and they're celebrating her birthday. You can hear them outside. You can smell some food. I was like, okay. Refused. And I kept moving. She was good to go. I put refused on all her stuff, and she had on herself a little birthday party. I found her later coughing all over me. But she was in good spirits. Okay. Elders, they do their hair and make sure they are clean and dress them too cute. Exactly. You can tell the people that are well taken care of, and you can tell those that aren't. And unfortunately, I see a lot that are not taken care of. Okay. And we've definitely had to report, like, it's no reason a person that's practically bedbound has like dirty feet, like with pet hair and things. Just like, well, it's like, what have they been doing? Have they been crawling on the floor to go find their food because you're not taking care of them? Like, why? Just bad shape. I've seen some people that, but for the most part, like people that you can see, I'm talking more elder population because that's the main people that I see. But you can tell those that have been in a home versus those that are at home. You know what I'm saying? People that are in homes generally, they don't look as in good shape as those that are at home. And they tend to have more frequent visits at the hospital if they come from a home versus at home. Um, that's not always the case, but for the most part, that's how it is. So, if you really care about your loved one, and you can, because I know it's not always feasible, but if you really can, I think it's so much better to keep them at home as much as possible. But I know that's not feasible for everybody. So I don't judge if you have to put someone in a home, because some things you just can't take care of. You don't have the time. They require more an acuity. It's just that, homes don't take care of you as much as at home. You know what I'm saying? You asked what halal is. Yes, yes, thank you. Let me know halal. I know it's a type of, I don't know. You can explain it to me. He explained it something about like a type of orientation and how they do the food. I don't know. I assumed it was kind of like kosher, but I could totally be wrong. So let me know. Cheese. Yes, gotta love cheese. I'm glad y'all are all cheese lovers. Okay. Alicia says, I took a shower and getting things together for my errands at the library. Be precious. Good job. Good job. Swing says hello to Faithful. Hello, Miss Chantel. How are you today? Alicia also set up a hair appointment to get my hair cut on the 28th. Everybody taking care of hair. I need to do something for mine, y'all, because I got a trip coming up and I can't be doing hair on a daily basis. So I got to get some braids or something, or some faux locks for this beach trip, because I go swimming every day. Until then, it's going to look like this. We shall see. About this dyeing, though. I want to dye, but not really, because, some stuff be coming in. But I want to wait till it gets really bad to dye it. But definitely if I do locks, I want to dye before, so that it's all nice and colored and I'm not worried about putting the grays in there, because that can be a chore later. Alicia says, I also set up we said that one. Swank says, I always get a bob cut. I have neck issues, so the shorter the hair, the better. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Shorter hair is definitely more manageable. I like my hair being shorter, but I don't like shorter hair, if that makes sense. I actually wouldn't mind cutting my hair shorter, to tell you the truth. Because when I wear my hair out, it's generally up anyway and braided up. So if I needed some longer hair, I can figure that out. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. We'll see. Swank says, I'm going to have to give myself another COVID cut because it's getting long. Yeah, I get you. I did myself a COVID cut, and that made me realize I can cut my own hair. And I've been doing it since. Because I went to a salon last year, and I was not happy with them. So I know I can cut my own hair. We can do things, y'all. We can do things. COVID taught us that. Remember that. It's easier to let other people do it and spend the money, but you tend to get what you want more if you do it yourself, especially in the hair arena. I have learned. Alicia says, I would like to find a good nail salon to go and get my nails done. Don't sleep on beauty schools, Alicia. Beauty schools, I've gone to a lot. The one out here is trash. I won't go again. But the one I went to in Jersey was lovely. Okay. They catered to all clientele, and you saw that clientele in there. That's very particular. I say that about black hair, because with black hair, like black natural hair, African American, that's what I'm referring to, y'all. You just don't let anybody touch your hair, because our hair doesn't grow the same as white people's hair. So a bad cut you got to live with for like years. Like I had a bad cut and it took me 2 years to grow it out. It was not fun. So, but that place, I was fine with whoever did my hair because they were taught and had experience with all different types of hair. This place I went to out here claimed they did all different types of hair, and they don't. And I could tell. And then the chick was like, in the middle of the cut, was like, yeah, well, I've done a black person's hair. Well, she was mixed. And I'm like, that's different textures. That's not the same. But you could just tell she wasn't comfortable. And I don't need anybody that's not comfortable digging through my kinks to be messing with it. So I can do my own for that matter. You know what I'm saying? But beauty schools do hair and nails. Call in advance. Nails, brows, things like that. You can get very cheap services, and they do a pretty decent job. Like, I would trust a beauty school that I don't know with nails, feet, waxing some stuff. Okay, hair is about the only thing that you really maybe want to be particular about, depending on your texture of hair. Most are pretty familiar and doesn't really mess up straight hair, but with like kinky curly hair, you got to really watch out. So if you want to just try it out, I would go to a beauty school. Get it for like dirt cheap. Hello, Double Jen. How are you doing? Welcome to the fold. We're going to get to another sprint shortly. Yes. How much are you going to cut off? Let us know. Are you going to cut it all off? Let us know. Yeah, because you got a lot of hair, Miss Lady. It's lovely. I didn't realize till you took out that bun. I'm like, dang, girl, you're working with some stuff. Faithful said, I don't think YouTube will let me send what I sent. Probably won't. I'll look it up. Haircut, Alicia. Yeah, everybody's on this haircut. Faithful is called faithful unless somehow we've been told otherwise. Let us know. Growing mine out after frying with bleach. Ooh. You gotta watch out on the bleach. Yeah, I don't mess with bleach. I don't even mess with bleach in clothes. Oh man. Okay. See the curls in my pic? That is what I want back. Oh, okay. You have black hair too. Okay. Were you bleaching it so you can get like another color, or just for the blonde? Bobs. Yeah, the little short bob cut. I don't know. I'm not a bob girl. Unless you make it kind of curly. I'm a big fan of curly hair. I wish I had a looser texture hair, but I like curls. I've never been a huge like straight hair person. I love hair. And I wouldn't say big, but I like bigger hair, tricky with curls, but I love the style. Yeah. You can't go wrong with curls. Even if you give yourself like a bad haircut, it's forgiven. It doesn't have to really be even too. So that's another thing. You can hide a lot of things with curls. Alicia says, my hair is getting too long and heavy. So I cut it to alleviate the heaviness and get headaches when it's too long. I could see that. I could definitely see that. I don't know what I will get yet, but my hairdresser is fabulous, and see what they have in store. And that's when you have a good hairdresser. When you go in and you're like, look, I kind of want to cut it, but I don't really know what I want, what you're suggesting. And they walk you through and you do the reveal and you're like, damn. That's when you have a good hairstylist. Somebody like that I would keep going back to when they help you determine what that style is you want. She does have a lot of hair. It's nice. I don't know. I think Alicia would be cool with curly hair. Curly hair, a little bit past the shoulder, I want to get my hair colored or highlighted this year for my birthday. Ooh. You can be like Chantel. She has the layers. That is absolutely amazing. If y'all have not seen Chantel's hair, I don't know how you do it. It had to be in stages, but it's awesome. I could never do it, but I think it's absolutely awesome. I love looking at it. But that would be something. That would be really cool. Haircut. Okay. Ooh, where it just jumped. 4 inches. 4 inches? You could do like 10, girl. You got a lot. I think the most I've ever cut off my hair at one time was 9 inches. That stylist was not happy. But my hair was long. I still had plenty of hair left. It was like still to my shoulder. But yeah. Hello, Miss Vanessa. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome. We're going to get to the last print shortly. I did pink and purple for a time, but decided to try to blend with my grays. I like pink and purple. I bleached out the fake colors, and now it's like a vibrant strawberry blonde to see how it works with gray. I like that. I think that'll blend pretty well. See, that's the thing, them dreaded grays, y'all. They just keep popping up, okay? My coworker yesterday, we're talking about hair, and she's blonde hair. And I'm like, girl, you can't even see those grays. Mine are like right there. And I don't want to dye because dyeing ruins your hair and stuff. And I want to wait till it gets really, really bad before I dye it. But it looks like a dirty, because my hair is like a dark brown. And it looks like dirty specks because it's gray, but it's not. It's fine. And sometimes I'm just too lazy to like color it in. I have like a mascara pen, and I'm just like, I ain't got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. So I don't know. We'll see. If I decide to lock up my hair, I definitely will go ahead and just color so that I know what is already locked is the color it should be and not going to come out. And then that way I know new growth is gray. So we'll see. We'll see. Hello, Alicia, to Vanessa. Current pick, have I ever looked decent? Hey, you know, they got filters. They have those washing hair colors too. You could do that. I have a few of those. I do that every now and then, but then they come out like the dye washes out. So I need a more permanent one. But if I do decide to dye my hair just anytime soon for decency's sake, I might just do that because I can just wash it in real quick. It's not as damaging too. I sent the pic of my hair on IG. You can show everyone if you want. This is how long it is right now. Ooh, long hair. We're going to have to do a short sprint, y'all. I have to take my husband to the doctor at 2:30, but we'll have to leave soon. Where is it at? Where is it at? There we go. Dang! Oh, that's not bad. I thought your hair was longer. Okay, so you can see 4 inches. Yeah, at least you got some pretty long hair. See right there. What would they call that? Bra strap length? Maybe a little bit more. I could see you to like right there. Right there. I'm trying to see if I see you with a bob. I can see you with a bob. I like your hair's a bit curly too. I like this. I like your hair. And I like the color too. Real natural color, no chemicals. Oh yeah, they have like the henna and stuff like that. My what's her name? Friend swears by like the henna, but I keep hearing things like maybe it'll turn your hair red if you don't get the good mixture and stuff. So I just want it to be permanent. I did one box dye once, and then I went to a beauty school another time, you know, but I don't know, y'all. Blonde and grays look good together. Pale blonde for a bit and didn't like it. I need a little strawberry in there because I was red for years. Yeah, sometimes blonde can just kind of wash you out, you know, sometimes. Natural color. Speaking of hair, I'm about to go take a shower and wash mine. Gotta refresh the purple. There we go. There we go. I like your purple too. I love a nice, like bright purple. We have a lady at work that dyes her hair a lot. It looks awesome. I love that my work people do so many things with their hair. I live through them because I can't do it. I'd be bald if I tried some of those things, but I like looking at it on other people. But I will say, no offense to everybody, because I know Paula be doing some things with her hair. I think in this hair color booktube game of the people I've seen, Chantel has won this round, hands down. I'm just gonna be honest. Y'all some runners up, but Chantel has done the thing. Congratulations. There we go. I enjoy before the great kicks in. Exactly, girl. Exactly. Okay. Oh, I guess unfortunately my hair grows slow. I don't have to like dye it as much, but it still sucks. I have to pay special attention after I dye it because it could just easily break off. And I got enough hair issues, so that's why I'm reluctant to do so. Orchid. Ooh, that sounds pretty interesting. I love y'all think outside the box. Work with those curls. Exactly. Ooh, That would be cool too. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Love it, love it, love it. Long and curly. Overtone and good dye young is also great. Overtone. Overtone and good. Are those natural colors? Ooh, did I take a picture? No. I took a picture. So, okay. Overtone and good dye young. Okay. Are those permanents? Oh, we're asking age, Vanessa. Mine was crazy long. I couldn't tell you how many inches we took off. Yeah. Ooh, hold up. Hopefully I didn't block anybody. Something came up when I did that. Yeah, it's easy to cut off some of your hair. I cut mine off. I hadn't cut that long, that much in a long time, but I was shocked how much. But I definitely hadn't had enough to cut as much again. But make yourself an extra ponytail with it, y'all. 54 is accepted to admit I'm gray a little. Hey, you know what? There are people that turn gray early. My husband was in his mid-20s when he started turning gray. Okay. So it happens to some people younger. So it is what it is. I was dating this guy before my husband, and with him, I started turning gray. And I was like, dude, you're making my hair turn gray. Okay, we got to go. Yes, that's true. Layers are great for curly hair. Need some myself. Sumi thinks. Thanks, Courtney. Oh, it's awesome. I'm awesome. I'm an honest chick. I think everybody will agree your hair looks awesome. If y'all have not seen her hair, check out the sprints or go to a past one and you'll love it. Feeling blay and rest. And oh, Jean, hopefully you're feeling better soon. Watching K-drama. This love be translated. Can't remember if you were into K-drama. No, but I did see K-pop Demon Hunter and loved it. My mom thought that any woman over 40 should have short, natural gray if that's your color. Really? Nah, I say do what makes you happy, okay? The idea that age should dictate what you should do, nah. I mean, there's within reasons, but hair and stuff, no. If you can maintain it, go at it, okay? Go at it. Do what you're the one got to live it, you know? Sort of. Gorgeous, Chantel. It is lovely. Doesn't it feel good? A good cut does feel good, okay? A good cut will make you change your life, okay? Just like a bad cut will piss you off, a good cut will change your life, okay? All right, y'all, let's get to this last sprint here, okay? Do we have time for 45? Let us actually change this to 30 because my husband, I have to take him to a doctor at 2:30 and I want to leave enough time for that. So let's make sure we got enough time on the clock. 30. Okay, y'all. We're going to make this happen. There we go. Okay, so we got some penguins here, y'all. Got some penguins. Choose your penguins. He said it's National Penguin Day, so I love the penguins. So here we go. We're gonna show some love to them. I'm gonna choose number 2 because it looks kind of purple. We'll see what happens. I have not been having luck. Double Jen says she didn't appreciate the purple at all, but then again, she told me I didn't dress my age when I was 25. I never knew what that meant. Oh my God. You know what? I don't think you can really appease people sometimes. So you know what? Appease yourself. I always say that. People also say it's not good to go out during a weekday, but I prefer to go out during the weekday and stay home on the weekend. So there you go. Okay. As long as you're not hurting anybody and you're safe and it's not illegal, go ahead with your bad self. I had my hair butchered by people that don't know what to do. Exactly. You need to know what to do. And it's not, I used to be afraid to ask people, hey, do you know how to take care of my type hair? Because I thought it was rude to ask. But after a bad haircut, I ask. And I'll flat out and ask because I used to just hint around, but now I flat out ask. And it's nothing wrong with that because you got to live with that bad haircut. And even if, and I say if they give you your money back after the haircut, because some of them will claim this is what you asked for, then, it still doesn't excuse that now your hair's a mess, Like I went for a haircut and I told the chick exactly where to go, and she went up an inch higher. And I'm like, I did not ask for that much hair to be cut off. Like you asked, and I put my finger there, and you put your hand on my finger. It was shoulder length. You see where my shoulder's at. Why is it up near my ears? Like that's not what we asked for, you know? So yeah, you gotta know. Okay. Okay, faithful. Okay. Let us know what blue you want. Okay. Swank chose 3. Okay. Okay. Kiana says, thank you very much for coming by. Much appreciated. I know we've been talking a bit. Faithful chooses 3. Okay, 2 for 3, 1 for 2, which is moi. Domagen said, I had someone slice my neck with scissors. How? Oh no. Oh no. What did you do in that situation? I can see the hot comb. It happens. I mean, that sucks, but it happens. But scissors? Oh no. I hope that haircut was free. Okay. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. There. How come everybody voting for 3? Y'all know something I don't know? What's going on? 4 cute and chubby. Yeah, he's a bit chubby. I don't know if he ate a cookie more than everybody else, but he got in there. Jen, that's wild. I'm sorry to hear that happened. They could really, yeah, they could have. Exactly. I want to know what they were doing. Okay, Chantel's number 4. My hair goddess is great. She's also teaching at a school and working less now, though. That's a lot of people need to be taught. So if she is good, then it's good she's teaching folks. She had friends in the salon and was distracted. The best part was when my daughter saw it and asked if she cut me a few minutes later. Yes, she did. Oh no. What was her response? I never had a male stylist. I've had them do what they want instead of what I want. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of male stylists. I've had one once and he gave a haircut, good haircut, but he was super expensive and he thinned out my hair with shears. I don't need anybody to ever thin out my hair. My hair is thin enough, so there's no reason to thin it out, you know? Cut was free, but it was, yeah, that doesn't excuse the mark. Did it go away? Mm. Oh, 3. Okay. There's some 3s. 3's adorable. That's cute. 1 is amazing and told him to do whatever he wanted. Anthony was fun. Yeah. Sometimes the men, they get a lot of um clientele because you don't normally see a lot of men in a salon, but also generally they know what they're doing. Like they're studying their craft because it's not something they normally do in their own hair, unless they do their own hair. And there's some men that, be doing some stuff. So, well trained. Yes, you definitely want somebody well trained. Dee says 4. And Alicia's going to the library to get the goodies. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, we're going to get to this sprint, y'all. Let's get to this sprint here, okay? Happy reading. I will see y'all in 30 minutes. Ooh, they are slow. And number two, let me turn this one off. Number two is the winner. Finally, I win something. I win something, something. Look at that. The exercise. Okay, number two is the winner. There we go. There we go. And that was the sprint. Okay. How did everybody do on that sprint for what you're reading? Let me know. Let me know. And here's the question as well. What is your favorite cheese? I would like to know. To me, I like Monster if it's done right, because not everybody does Monster right. But outside of that, I like Colby. And there's this garlic. Was it garlic? It was some sort of garlic cheese I used to get at this one store I went to that I absolutely love. But I'm a cheesy person. I love it. I love it. Okay, so Double Jen says she was trying to sell product to my daughter who was like 10. Oh, for hair stuff. Yeah, you got to watch out for people. A lot of people likes to sell products and get their lines situated with their existing clientele. So you either buy into it or you don't. I don't like high sell practice for products. I also don't believe in putting like expensive products in your hair because you're just going to wash it out the next time you wash your hair. So middle range, simple stuff I like. A lot of times water and oil will do well. So I'm trying to be more simple as I get older, what I put in my hair, just water and oil and just, use a lot more of it. So, I would have Jonathan from Queer Eye cut mine for in a heartbeat. Oh yeah, Queer Eye for the Straight Guy. I like that show. That was a good show too. Brie cheese. Ooh, brie is good. Yes. You know what cheese I don't like? Gouda. Not a fan of Gouda and goat cheese, especially. Oh my God, I do not like goat cheese. I've tried it. Jen says the cut did heal. It was very mild, but I will never forget that night. I don't blame you. You cut my neck, giving me a haircut. Mm-mm-mm. Was the haircut at least decent that she did while she's trying to butcher you? Oh no. And how big was this cut too? Because this just sounds ridiculous all the way around. You should be paying attention to your craft, not social hour, okay? Not where it's at. Jen says, hello, Dee. Mozzarella's pretty good too, Chantel. I like mozzarella. Dee babes. There we go, Chantel. Swank likes mild cheddar, Gouda, and brie. Okay. Got some options there. I like it. Oh my gosh. It's a close. I know it was a close race. All y'all threes up in there. Booyah. I finally won something. Okay, I'm a gloat. They were moving so slow, y'all. Y'all saw that? I was like, ooh, this is slow. Vanessa said, good timing, just got out the shower. Oh, nice and clean, got the hair washed. Okay, that's good. Good timing. We're about to get out of here too. Well done. Exactly. Alicia went to the library and back and had 8 books on hold. Wow. Okay. Be preciouses. I love that. Don't you like when you go there and there's a lot, especially if it's not down the street? The library where I used to live at was like a little bit over half a mile away, and I used to walk there. It was good enjoyment just to walk there. I like that. So even if it was like one book, I would walk sometimes if the weather was nice. But the library here is definitely not close, and you definitely need to drive. So I let the books pile up before I go because they do interlibrary loan because the library is so small. So when I do put books on hold, I put a lot and then just kind of let some pile up before I go get them. So it's not like me going all the time. Whereas the other library, it was like a huge library and everything was in-house. So it was just so different. So I do a lot of ebooks instead. Rin made it to 74%. Awesome. Good job. Thanks for the sprint. Thank you very much for coming by. Much appreciated. Y'all been great today. Okay. Favorite cheese is sharp cheddar. Ooh, you gotta love that. I like kind of like that sharp, that not sharp, what do they call it? That kind of like a bitter tartness, whatever to the sharp. I like that. Can't go wrong with cheddar and pepper jack. I like those together. I like that combo. Alicia says, I need to get some lunch before I pick up the kiddos. Definitely eat some good food before they get all on your face. Mommy, what you eating? Thank you very much for coming by. Much appreciated. The Voodoo Queen. Ooh, okay. How you liking the Voodoo Queen? Cheddar, Colby, Jack, and provolone. That's a good combo too. Good combo too. Mozzarella, cheddar, Gouda, and halloumi. I've never heard of halloumi. That's interesting. Okay, I'm gonna have to look that one up. Yeah, can't do it, Mel. Can't do the goat cheese. I tried it. Double Ginseng is the final season coming up, Courtney. It's so sad. Final season. Oh, Game of Thrones. No, hold up. No. Which final season? Final season of what? I've forgotten already what we were talking about. What is the final season for? Mel says, my heart, Courtney, you don't like goat. Yeah, I don't like goat cheese. It's just too bitter. Is that the word? I just don't like it. I've tried it. I don't want to do it anymore. Don't. If you mix it well, then I can like it. But generally, no. Double just says, I don't think it was. I might have worn a hat for a couple of weeks. Exactly. That's how I got into wigs. This was years ago. That's how I got into wigs because I got a bad haircut. And it took me about a year and a half to grow it out. It was too short, like shorter the hair than I'd always had long hair up until that point. And this was short, like mid neck. And I didn't know what to do with short hair. I still don't really know what to do with short hair. But it was short. It was kind of uneven. Like when I left there, it was still wet, even though she blow dried it. And my hair was flaking. I was just like, no. Yeah. Hats, that's how I got into wigs. So, well, hopefully grow out quicker. Vanessa says, I also don't like goat cheese. It tastes awful. Yeah, it does. It's just not. I always say if somebody cooks something well enough to your liking, then you will like it. Okay. You just need somebody just amazing to cook it in some awesome way. And you'll be like, oh, I like it, but I haven't had that yet. Mel says, my library is literally down the street from me. I love it. I know. I wish that, girl. Oh my gosh. I really liked where I stayed at. Like I liked where I stayed at before in New Jersey. I liked my house. My house was too big. I liked the house. I was comfortable there to a certain extent. It was just too big. So I'm not sad to downsize from it because it was just too much to keep up with. At some point we would have gotten into trouble with it because it was just too much. I just didn't want to put forth the effort, but I love the location of where it was with the library, of where it physically sat, like in the city. I just wish we could have kind of picked it up, made it smaller, and moved it here. But yeah, I miss a good library. I'm not gonna lie. Whenever I drive to my library currently, I get sad. Not gonna lie. I just want to get in and get out as quick as possible because I'm just disappointed. I feel like I downgraded with the library. I put my books on hold at the online, and then I just go in as quick as possible, get them, and leave. Whereas my other one, I would lollygag in. And the people here are pretty nice at the library, although they were loud as hell. I went last week, y'all. They were so loud. I'm like, do these people know this is a library? Like even the front desk attendants, they were talking out loud and laughing. I'm like, dang, just disrespectful at this library, y'all. I don't know what's up with these people. Alicia says, thank you for the sprints. Have a good day. Oh, you too as well. Ooh, leftover pizza ain't bad. I'm not mad at it. Keep at it. Not mad at it at all. Oh, yeah, we're going to get out of here. I was reading this, and I actually started this on our sprints. And, well, I don't know if you can really see, but I only have this much left. So I've read most of it. So I will definitely be finished with this book today. I have maybe 30 pages left, if that. I'm on 133. It's a graphic novel, so it reads fast. 133, and I have till 182 left. It kind of sounds familiar, but kind of not. I wonder if I've read this before. I'm not sure. But I'm enjoying it. I'm not remembering the stories. It just gives me the vibes like I have read it before. So we shall see when I go to review it and it says, you have read this. I guess I'll count it as a reread. But I like it. It's a middle grade. So it's, you know, little scary stories. And the little kids are cute. So can't complain. We have 26 libraries in our county. Ooh. And you have interlibrary loan within that? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay. You have good resources to a lot of different things. So I like that a lot. Out here we have, I think there are 9, if I'm not mistaken, in our library system. All are small, but you know, you can still, you know, interlibrary loan. Like I see the little placard here that this one came from a library about 40 minutes away for the one that I have here. But it's definitely lacking. I'm glad I have a library card from out of state because they tend to, even online, you know, Florida and their precariousness about books, you know. I do have the Libby online here, but I tend to get a lot of my books when I get ebooks tend to come from my Austin library card. So either way, however I get it, it's fine. But I wish there was a better graphic novel selection at the library here, because in Jersey it was amazing. Here you have to get them. They have a decent selection, but they're ebooks versus paper like Jersey. I do a lot of comparison to Jersey because it was just probably the best library I've ever had at my specific disposal, so close. But out here they don't have a good paper selection at all. If you look at it, they may have the books. You got to piecemeal them together, but they're ebooks. I'm not a big fan of graphic novels in ebook format. So I might have to just get used to that. So I wish they had the Death Note. I want to read Death Note, but it's ebook and it is all the small volumes, like chapters. They don't have it in the omnibus, which I don't want to piecemeal these books together of a few chapters at a time, because it'll be a nightmare trying to do that with the amount of volumes you need to get together the omnibus, because I think there's like 2 big omnibuses, so I might have to just forego that one. So we'll see. Is that the Howard? No, what is that? HCPLC library card. HC. What is HC? I don't know what that means. At first, I thought you were saying Broward County because I've heard a lot about that, but I don't know what HC PLC. Hillsborough County Public. Oh, no, I'm not there. I'm not in that county, so no. But my Austin library is pretty good from Texas. I get that through some other means. That one works pretty well. Now, for what I have, I think I'm pretty good, because I was thinking of getting another library card, but I think with the 2 that I have, I can get pretty much most of what I need. And if I can't, then it's just not meant to be. So I look at it that way. I need to get this list now, y'all. Yes, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I'm not in that county, but it's the next one over. Hope to move to that county in next year sometime, but not currently. So we'll see. We'll see. Okay, y'all, my husband's texting me. He's like, we need to leave for the doctor. So I guess I got to go support him. So let me get out of here. I appreciate y'all coming today, reading, talking about cheese and French fries, you know, looking at the diamond painting and the food subscription boxes. It's been a good time. Much appreciated. So make sure that y'all hydrate and stay safe in them streets and read some good books, okay? I will see y'all all later, okay? Have a blessed day. Bye, y'all.